This doesn't bode well there. Every time I scan the auction house, the amount of auction listed keeps going down. That means the population on the server keeps going down.
What now? Strength and honor.
Hmm. Hmm. I got the bonfire's blessing.
What you want?
Hey, Shiny, what's up? No, I haven't canceled it yet, dude. But it's if there was another game, Shiny, that was worth playing, I wouldn't be playing World of Warcraft. I mean, Blizzard. I can't believe the shenanigans going on at Blizzard, man. The funny thing is, anytime you have a company that makes a lot of money, like I mean a lot of money, and I know because I've worked for a company that's made a lot of money like that, they tend to think that they're just better than anybody else because they're so massive and they're making so much money and that the rules don't apply to them. Um, and that's what that's what happened at Blizzard. WoW was doing incredibly well. 15, 10 years ago, 10 years ago, it was doing incredibly well, and it built this behemoth where they just thought they could do no wrong. And we're seeing the results of that today, man. People going around, breaking all the rules. I'm sick of hearing about women in the marketplace getting treated poorly. I just don't. I hate that stuff, especially women developers. I know a lot of women developers because I'm a developer. I'm a programmer, and I know lots of women developers, and some of the best developers I know are women. And for to see them get shit on in gaming industry is just makes me sick, man.
Be seeing ya.
Okay, we got our poisons. What do you mean for me? Let's see.
Stronghold. Strength.
The one thing I don't understand is, I played New World. This week I played probably about, I don't know how many hours in New World I played. Let's find out. Let's see how many hours I played this week. Okay, it says I played 20 hours of New World this week. No, well, that's not true. I actually I like World of Warcraft. I mean, I like playing WoW, but the problem is I'm only I just have played it so long that I'm bored of it. It's not like WoW. Like Burning Crusade is classic is a good game, right? There's nothing wrong with. I mean, it's a good game, but when you've already played it, right? I already played Burning Crusade when it came out the first time, and then I played Private Vanilla for like almost 3 years, and then I played Classic WoW for like a year at least. It's just it's just been there, done that is the problem. It's just that this is not new anymore. We've been playing WoW since 2004, and I'm just ready for a new MMO. The problem is I can't. It's just hard to find one that I like, and like New World, like there's a streamer called Kira TV, which by the way I don't like the guy. Um, I don't. I just he rubs me the wrong way. I don't really like the guy. But he did a video, and I don't watch a lot of his videos. I watch some, and where he said, New World feels like an MMO or something, and I didn't know if he meant that as a good thing, but he kind of was basically saying that it was a good game, except there were some issues with it. But I don't. I guess my point is, when I play New World, I don't like it. I mean, I like it, but I can just tell it's not a game I would play, you know, for a long time. I mean, I couldn't play the game for like a year straight and still be having fun. I just know I couldn't. There just isn't. It just isn't that kind of game for whatever reason, and it's hard to put my finger on it. It's hard to put my finger on why. Except for, yeah. Except for the fact that I know that I don't really like I'm not really into PvP that much anymore. At least not that type of PvP really, where it's just kind of you know groups of people running around killing people. I mean, I know there's supposedly a reason to do it, but it just feels kind of to me it doesn't really feel like there's a big reason. I like PvP for a reason, or if it's organized in like arena. I think arena PvP is one of my favorite things to do. Or battlegrounds are really fun because they're again, it's organized PvP, where just open world PvP can be fun, but a lot of times it just turns into, imbalanced combat.
How may I aid
Hmm.
you? Ancestors watch.
She wants me to go back to Greta. Since it's worth 3,900 XP, I think we might just do that. And in New World, I didn't get a chance to do any dungeons yet, or any kind of like, big boss events or anything like that in New World yet. But I can see where it could be fun, but I don't. Just based on the combat and stuff, I mean, it could be okay, but I'm not sure if that would be enough to make the game something I'd want to play like all long term. So it's hard to put my finger on it. I just think the game just doesn't feel like it to me. It's funny that Kira said he felt it feels like an MMO. To me, it doesn't feel like an MMO. To me, it feels more like almost like a sandboxy type of PvP, gathering game. And I say that because like in MMOs, traditionally MMOs have big cities, big capital cities and stuff. And New World really doesn't feel like that. It just has like forts and stuff. But I mean, I guess it's because of the era it's in. The background. It's supposed to be this new world, right? So it's not like there's going to be an established cities and stuff. But I think that in and of itself is kind of what makes it feel different. You've just kind of shipwrecked on this world of where there's corrupted, undead and it's kind of like the Spaniards landing on the New World, and you're just trying to take over and fighting for resources. It's kind of a cool concept, I guess, but it doesn't really appeal to me as much as a well-developed world. Like again, I always go back to like Lord of the Rings. You know, you have this world of societies that has lived and developed for years and years and years. And to me, an established, world, to me makes more sense.
What's up? Keep it real. Yo.
If that makes sense. Yeah, it's weird. It doesn't feel. It's just it doesn't do it for me. New World doesn't do it for me. I mean, it's a fun game, but it just doesn't. There's I don't know what it is about New World, but it doesn't really do it for me. And I think well, the other thing about it too is it doesn't have a traditional class system. And to me, I think I think that's really important. To me, it's at least from to me anyway. It's super important to have a traditional class-based system. Where you have like when you go to the character creation screen, you and it doesn't have to be. You don't have to have classes in the vein of like pick your class when you create your character, but you need to have your character has to learn stuff along the way on their journey while they play their character that kind of defines, you know, their role. And it's not necessarily like they have to be like, oh, I'm a cleric and I can't change. I don't think there's anything wrong with, I think Final Fantasy is kind of cool in that you can change, classes whenever you want, but I think just having a class that's based on just whatever weapons you equip to me is not. I'm never been a big fan of that system. What's up, Bind Bay? I've never been a big fan of that system. Where it's just like, well, I've got a sword, so now I'm a fighter, and oh, I equip this staff, and why does a staff give you all this magical powers anyway? So I have a fire staff, and now I cast fire spells. you know, yeah, I've always thought that the Trinity is really, really important. You know, another thing I don't like Einbei in New World is that if you are just a healer who focuses on primarily healing, it's very difficult to just flag yourself PvP and walk around as a healer. I mean, you kind of have to. I mean, you don't have to, but to spec into to points to make yourself a pretty good healer, you're not going to be able to spec into other areas that might make you strong. I mean, New World doesn't seem like the kind of game that's solo friendly PvP wise. I mean, you can certainly play it solo, but if you want a PvP, it's all about, to me, it's more about group content. You want to be in a group. And that's not really my thing. Group PvP is not something I'm. I would enjoy group PvP. Hold on a second. I would enjoy group PvP in the right game, I think. I mean, like, for example, one of my favorite group PvP or one of my favorite classes I've ever played in any MMO was the cleric in Rift. Is Rift even still playable? They haven't shut it down yet, have they? I don't think they have. Rift is one of those games that I'm going to be really sad when it's gone. Because there's certain things in Rift that I think that Rift did better than any other MMO, and one of those things was their soul-based system. I think in Rift is the best. Let's see is it still. All right, let's go ahead and install Rift. I got to play Rift at least one more time before they shut it down, because I know they are going to shut Rift down eventually, and yeah, I think again, I think the group PvP, if that's your thing, is I think if that's your thing, I think I can understand why people would really like New World. If group PvP is your thing, and one of the best things about about New World is that it takes skill. I mean, there's aiming. You have to aim with your bow. You have to aim with your weapons. And that's awesome. And I think that's something I've wanted. I've actually, and I think a lot of people who played, Dark Age of Camelot, that's, they want that. They want like a physics-based, PvP system that isn't based on skill locking. But I think they weren't really smart, maybe, about how they did it. With your 3090, you're gliding down the Veda of New World. Ah, you can still play it, dude. Yeah.
I've been expecting you. Walk with the Earth Mother.
Dousing the flames of protection. I don't really remember what has to be done for this quest. I think this is underground. Yeah, let's dump that quest. Is not something we want to do right now. Dousing the flames. Oops, sorry. Yes, ancestors watch over you.
Will.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see anything about the 3090, so that's new to me. I think with whenever you have like high-end graphics cards, that's why I don't really like to ever buy. I never buy the top of the line graphics card. I mean, I think that's a bad idea. Like when they come out, especially with a new generation or something that's brand new graphics card wise, don't buy it. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of bugs until they figure the drivers out. Usually, especially with the Nvidia cards. I mean, why? It's just not a good idea to buy them right off the bat. Wait for them to be out for like a good 6 months, at least 6 months before you get one. Let the drivers mature. You know, I've got a 2060 Super, and I have I can run pretty much any game without any issues. Although I couldn't, I did have to turn down the post processing effects on New World because my frames, when I turned everything up to the highest settings, my frames were dropping down to around like 40, 38 or 40. And once I turned down their post processing effects, after which is basically just after they render each frame, they add these effects they filter these. There's these filters that they have applied to the render. That's applied. It could be a lot of different things, a lot of different types of effects, and that stuff was causing the frame rate to drop substantially. It's tough though. I mean, I keep every time I think about it, and it's different. And I think to me, there's a big misconception with MMOs. To me, people have been warped by the people that are making MMOs. Oh, I just wanted to play Phil. I wanted to get the Rogue to hopefully 58, this weekend. So, and I'm bored of it. I'm bored of New World, Phil. It's again, New World I think is fun if you have like a group of people and you're doing PvP. But if you're not doing that, it feels like it might be missing a little bit. You know. And there's too many things about New World that I don't like, which we were talking about. They don't really have the normal Trinity based system. Um, and I didn't see any dungeons. I know there are dungeons, but I didn't experience any of them. So, I can't say it's. I mean, it's a good game. I think New World's a good game. In fact, New World was better. Like playing it this week, it was better than I thought it would be. I'm not gonna lie, it was better than I thought it would be. Oh, is that what happened? That was happened, shiny. Well, they definitely have capped FPS because um, if I turn the details all down, I was capped at 60 frames. So definitely the frames weren't going above 60. So yeah, I think there are. I believe there's dungeons in New World. I never saw any, but they're not like instance.
I've been covering New World pretty closely over the course of this past year, simply because it's probably one of the upcoming MMOs.
See, so here's like end game dungeon, the Lazarus. So yeah, there's definitely dungeons. They're not, I don't think they're not zoned. Yeah, they definitely did good on the delay, and yeah, the marketing. Yeah, they did a lot. Half the budget on an MMO is almost marketing. To be honest, it's huge the amount of money they spend on marketing these days. With Blizzard, with all the crap Blizzard's going through right now, it's I have a bad taste in my mouth with World of Warcraft. I'm not gonna lie because of all the crap that Blizzard's going through with how bad retail is, with how Blizzard's managing World of Warcraft. They're just driving it right into the ground out of sheer stupidity. Yeah, they really are. And the other thing too is even like looking at Discord, Crix was saying that the desire to play Burning Crusade Classic, they're getting burned out already. A lot of people that were really in the hardcore community that were big into World of Warcraft Burning Crusade Classic are already getting burned out on Burning Crusade Classic. And it's only been what? How long's Burning Crusade been out? Like 3 months or something? So, I think it took people to get longer to get burned out on just Classic WoW because it was such a new thing that people didn't think was going to happen. But now that they all knew Burning Crusade Classic was coming, they had all the time to play Classic in preparation for it. And I think, people are just getting burned out. Like, when I look at this server here, the population is just dropping. It really is. People are going to Final Fantasy. And Final Fantasy's okay, but I think part of it for me is I'm just burned out on MMOs in general because I've played them for so long. But that doesn't mean I don't like MMOs. I love MMOs. It's my favorite game. But I just want to play a new one, a new MMO that's actually good. And no one's really putting out a new classic-based MMO that has new systems, new stuff in it that makes it fresh. And I've talked about it so many times. New World's cool. It's pretty cool. There's a lot of things in New World I really dislike. The UI is terrible. It's way too big. The chat window's horrible. There's no way to really. You can't even. It's hard to even scroll the chat window up and down. You have to hit the escape key and go in, and then it brings it up, and it goes up the whole left side of the screen. It's just there's all kinds of stuff in the UI that's terrible. Yeah, Phil, they are. Those guys are. Yeah, like Cargos and those guys, they're all getting burned out on Burning Crusade Classic, because they hit it too hard. Yeah, they just hit it too hard. Eat, sleep, and dream it, and for 2 months straight, and they're just burning themselves out. Well, Shiny, I thought about that, but every time I try to play a single player game, I don't really enjoy it. You know, the only single player games I've ever played that I enjoyed for any length of time was, something like, The Long Dark I was able to play, and even those games I only can enjoy them for like a week. MMOs are the only games that really hold my attention for a really long time because they have such good, character development. The problem is the games are just too, they're just too, man, 7. Look at the experience on this one. Where's that quest turn in at? Because that's a lot of experience. Oh, we need to go to Camp Mohashe, whatever. Turn that in. That's worth 7,350. Yeah, but there's other people in the server, and once we get into the Outland, hopefully we'll be able to do some dungeons with other people. That's what I'm looking forward to is, I'm not really enjoying leveling through classic content, this content here. I'm looking forward to doing the Burning Crusade so that I can group with other players, so that I can do battlegrounds, so that I can do arenas, so that I can do dungeons. That's the goal. That's what I'm looking forward to. Like running through and doing like Ungoro Crater and Daenerys, this shit's boring as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Because I've done it 10,000 times before. But it's just a necessary evil to get to where I want to go, I flew to the wrong place. I want to fly here and turn this quest that's worth 7,350 experience. The problem is no one's coming out with a massive MMO that focuses. I think about it this way. Okay, and I've thought about this today, right? And I think about this every day. This stuff goes through my head every single day. What is it in MMO? What do we see in MMOs all the time? What are the most common things that we see in MMOs, right? And we've got my list here, right? Things I need to have in an MMO. So let's create a new list. Right how we have a things I need to have in an MMO for me to like it. The little things, bag sort, just stupid stuff. A lot of it revolves around the world, the game systems, smooth, responsive game engine, has to be responsive, reactive, clear combat, has to have good chat window, again, UI stuff. This is all UI. No damage meter, no add-ons, no quest icon, all that stuff. We don't need any of that shit. But what do MMOs have right now, that suck, that ruin the experience, right? Or what do MMOs have right now that are common that suck? Number one, this is so easy. Quests. Boring. Repetitive quests. To me, this is the number one problem with new MMOs that come out. To me, number one problem. Boring, repetitive, meaningless quests. And we can lump into this, right? And we can put underneath this, right? So that's number one. But let's put 1A. Questing, sorry. Leveling is just a small barrier to endgame, right? So leveling doesn't really mean anything. It's just this barrier that they put out there to slow you down before you get to endgame, right? It usually is a very slow barrier. It's like a week or two, right? To me, this is the number one thing that's wrong with MMOs. So my solution, and I thought about it, Phil, but I haven't come up with a solution yet, right? The full solution. But the problem here, so what we have to do is we have to look at this and say, well, how do we fix this? And it's not easy to fix, right? So how do you fix, above issue? Okay, so Phil, so when I pose this question to myself, what do I think of? I think of what's the dream, right? So what's the dream? When you sit down and you say, I'm going to play an MMO, what is it about an MMO that makes you excited? What do you get excited about, right? And what is an MMO, right? Think about what is an MMO. It's a massively multiplayer online role-playing game, which is the thing that people keep. To me, that's, to me, this is the other thing. How do you fix the above issue? But remember, what is an MMO? RPG. Everybody says MMO, but even I say it. You forget the RPG. So one of the biggest problems with MMO is that everybody forgets. So number two, people forget the RPG, right? When people play single-player games like Skyrim, or they play The Witcher or whatever, those games are built around RPG. They're built around the role-playing aspect, the story, right? When you talk about Final Fantasy, people say, what's so good about Final Fantasy? It's a JRPG. It's the story, right? Well, one of the biggest problems with MMOs is they don't develop, so they don't develop story. Develop the story. It has to mean something to you, the player, right? Not to, sorry, A. B. Develop the world, the races, the lore, the monuments, capitals, cities, villages. The lore and the story and all that stuff has to be well developed, and it all has to link together. I think one of the coolest things about World of Warcraft initially was that you had that. You came from Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3. So you had the orcs versus the humans, right? Which was kind of the whole thing. There's these orcs and there's these humans and they're kind of fighting. And so a lot of the story was there. and people can relate. And that's why I always say that elves, orcs, humans, and dwarves, when you make an MMO, if you just use those 4 races, it's a tribe. It's it's something that's over and over again. We've seen it a million times, but people can relate to it, and it instantly immerses them into a fantasy setting. That's the benefit of doing that. People are used to that. People know Lord of the Rings. People have read fantasy novels. So and instantly they're like, oh, elves, dwarves. It just gives you this instant feeling, oh, I'm in a fantasy world. So it sets the setting, it sets the stage right off the bat. The stage is set, right? So if we get back to how do we fix number 1, right? It's easy. I talk in circles, guys. Truly, I do have a dizzying intellect. But, how do you fix the boring, repetitive, meaningless quests? Well, part of it, and I guess the reason I went on to the RPG aspect of it is this RPG and the world, right? The story, all of this goes into number 1. Okay, right? So so I'll give you an example. You go into a new village. Okay, a game that does it really well is Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2, when you start off as a human, you're in that first starter area, and they talk about the centaurs are attacking the town, and they're asking you for help. Okay, yeah, that's kind of a quest, right? But it sets the stage. It sets the stage. You've got this town that's under attack by centaurs. It all develops the story, all right? So you have to develop the world, the story, the characters, the protagonists, the good, the bad, the evil. All that stuff needs to be developed alongside of objectives. They don't necessarily have to be quests, but they have to be some kind of objectives that you care about. You have to care, and you have to want to engage in those things, right? When you go into a stupid game like New World and it just says, go over to this area and look through and loot some crates looking for a certain item. You've already lost me. Why? Why do you want me to loot this item? Why do I care just because you want it? You as an NPC, you want some stupid, goat's milk from this farm. But how does that relate to me? How does that in any way benefit me? Why am I going to be invested in helping you with that? A lot of times, players care. I don't care about that. I don't care about you. I care about me. You have to make the player care about the world and care about what he's doing. There has to be some reason that you want to do those things. And of course, faction is one of the ways to do it. People say, well, if you help this person, you're developing relationships with these people. And in developing relationships, there's going to be some sort of benefit. So that's a way to make it matter to you. You have to have an MMO that tells a story, but it doesn't have to be forced down the player's throat. It's a story that's told through exploration, right? When I sit down and I say I'm going to play an MMO, I want to be surprised. I want to be in a new world that's exciting and adventurous, and there's every corner I turn around, something different can happen. But the game should lead me there without me having to painfully search and ask all the time. Now, it shouldn't hold your hand. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if you take enough interest to explore, you'll find things. And by finding things, you might get these little hints or clues or nudges that give you ideas of things that you may be able to do. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be quests, but you're going to have objectives of some kind, right? No, I'm not saying the character progression should be blocked. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that if I go into a town or a city in an MMO, right? Let's say I am, the race I'm creating in my MMO is called the Shreen, right? Let's say I'm the Shreen. I start off in a small little village that's kind of partitioned off, in the middle of nowhere, right? I really need to get myself a good drawing program. Right. Actually, I have one, but I'm not very good at using it. Jesus Christ, where's the paint tools? Do I have Krita still installed? No, I don't. Give me a drawing tool. I really need to set up my tablet again. Where's my size? Brushes, color, swatches. Where's my pencil tool? Where's my pencil tool? Use the pen tool. But, oh, I don't want the pen tool. That's a vector. Oh, this is a vector document, though. This is a vector document. I don't want a vector document. Just give me plain old. Problem with this program is it's too complex. It's too complex. Where's just a plain old vector? I guess SVGA is vector. I guess it is vector. Ooh. Woohoo! Vector! We are doing vector. Anyways, get rid of this. Forget it. Screw you. But the point is, let's say I'm playing this race, the Shreen, right? Which is my character race that I'm creating. So the Shreen are in a certain part of the world, in a small area that's kind of sectioned off from other areas of the world. So they don't really know much about... Think about the Hobbits. It's just like the Hobbits. So the Hobbits, you know, they know their area. They know Bree. They know the area around them, but they don't know a lot else. So if the Hobbits are traveling into a different area of the world, and let's say they go into some big human city that they've never been, and they've never been before, right? They're going to explore. You're going to talk to people. So there may be storylines that are based off of the fact that they are hobbits, right? Some people in the town may treat them with, you know, with racism, or, you know, it might treat them poorly because they're small people and they're not tall. Might treat them poorly because they're strangers, may not help them, might make fun of them. They might try to get robbed. You know, there's all these different types of things that you can propose to them. What's ArenaNet's MMO manifesto? Really? I have never read that. I'll have to read that. But so you're walking through this town as a hobbit. All these things might happen to you, right? So it's really dynamic events that propose it. But it's not a story that has to be told. These are just things that happen to you because of who you are, what race you are, what city you're in, where you are, what time of day it is. So there's all these factors that go into it, right? And that's how, you know, because of those factors, certain things can happen to you. It's just like Dungeons. I always go back. It's Dungeons and Dragons. It's that simple. It's not complicated. Right? When you play Dungeons and Dragons, you have a game master. You have a dungeon master. If the dungeon master's good and he knows what he's doing, he's going to handle lots of different things. There's going to be a preset story. The dungeon master either has a campaign he's following, or he's got one he's created on his own. So he's got in his mind a main story that he wants to tell, right? But you don't have to. Because guess why? You know, why is that? Because it's a fucking RPG. And that means you, as the player, can do what you want, when you want, at any time. That is what you have to be able to do in an MMO. The player has to have the freedom to do what they want, when they want, right? But if they go into certain areas, the story's going to be told because it's there in front of them, right? The story's always there. They can always jump in and out. But you don't have to go to a town and have some jackass say, hey, can you run around the corner and pick up some tomatoes at the store and bring them to me? Because you're like, it doesn't matter to me. Why do I want to do that? Right? And even the stupid quest is like, hey, my brother got abandoned by a bunch of cutthroats. Can you help me? I mean, again, if you want to, you can. And those quests can kind of be there. But I'm not a big fan of those types of quests. To me, put the characters, right, put the player into scenarios that are about them, that make them want to be involved. You know what I mean? It is hard to replicate, but it doesn't mean you can't do it, right? And plenty of games have done it, right? All I'm saying is what I'm talking about mostly is dynamic events, and I'm talking about story-driven content, but having it all there. The problem is most MMOs they lean heavily on just the basic quest shit, the basic quest hub, right? You go to an area, it's, you know, there's certain quests, people talk to NPCs, they get the quest, they do the quest, they level. And then when you get to max level, there's like dungeons or raids, which is fine. I mean, I like dungeons, I like raids, you know, there's dungeons and raids. But to me, it needs to be more difficult. The leveling needs to be a lot slower, like painfully a lot slower. Right, so what I would love to see is an MMO that comes out and right off the bat, the level cap, there is no level cap. Okay, no level cap, right? It's just like Dungeons & Dragons. You can just keep leveling as much as you want, but the experience just like if you look at the Dungeons and Dragons experience table, it keeps going up and up and up, right? And what you gain, right? So and you, it's kind of like BDO to some degree, right? But I mean, you get certain abilities, right, that you learn as you level up. And of course, the other thing that I don't like is I don't like skills that just magically appear into your spellbook. I don't like that. You know, I've never played the Secret World. If that's true, I'd be curious. But I don't like spells that just magically appear. To me, it's like, you know, you should have to like learn it somehow. Like maybe and one thing Dungeons and Dragons does do is you do have certain spells at certain levels, so they kind of go that way as well. But I would like to change that up a little bit and say that, like, if you're a magic user, like to learn a new spell, you might have to study. You might have to like read a magical scroll, or you might have to go to a magic user who knows how to cast that spell because he learned it. We don't know how he learned it, but he learned it, and then he teaches you, and you have to talk. You have to work with him to learn it. You don't just magically like, oh, and level 5, so automatically I know how to cast Fireball. Now, the other thing is with fighting, it's a lot easier. If you're like, let's say, if you're a fighter, well, it makes a lot more sense. You're using your sword, you're attacking monsters. So, as a fighter, it makes a lot more sense that the more fights you go into, the more chances you have to discover new fighting techniques. You know, and so to me, that makes a lot more sense. So for me, it wouldn't be like, oh, I'm level 5 fighter, automatically, you know, I know how to use these different types of weapon attacks. I don't really agree with that either, right? Let's say, like, leveling is, you can level. To me, like, leveling should be like Skyrim in a way. Like, if you use your sword a lot, you get better at it. If you cast fireballs a lot, you get better at it. I like that as a system. But going to a town and having quest hubs, I don't like. I mean, sure, there can be objectives and dynamic events in a town, but they should never be just exposed. There should be no exclamation marks, because it's like looking at the camera when in a movie. It's like breaking that third plane, or whatever they call it, the fourth plane, whatever it is. You know what I mean? Where the actors look at the movie camera. It's like, that's what exclamation points are to me. It breaks immersion, right? Well, to me, WoW is not. Okay, WoW was only good because WoW took. Okay, EverQuest was the first game that really kind of got a lot of people. I mean, that was a 3D game, a fully 3D game that really got people enjoying MMOs, right? But the problem with EverQuest is it was too grindy. Right? That's what I thought, breaking the fourth wall. The problem with EverQuest is it was too grindy, right? So all WoW did was say, well, okay, we like EverQuest, but we want to make a game that's more accessible. That was the whole point of World of Warcraft. They wanted to take their knowledge of Warcraft 1, 2, and 3 and make a 3D game that was an MMO like EverQuest, but they wanted to make it more accessible to everybody and not so grindy. To me, saying WoW is the gold standard, I think you have to be a little bit more clear. I mean, I think classic WoW. I mean, one of the things I'm talking about is with the story. Like, classic WoW did a pretty good job, right? When you're in Elwood Forest, remember the story with Dead Mines and all that stuff. I mean, it progresses. You go through and you do quests and stuff. And like I said, I'm not a big fan of quests, but they tell a story. They eventually lead towards going in and killing Van Cleef, right? There's a story there, so it's storytelling. So that's good, and that's one of the best things about classic WoW is a lot of the zones have stories, and there's a reason you're doing things, and you need that. You definitely need that. But there's so many things that aren't in MMOs that can be added, and they're things that people aren't going to like initially. They're going to be like, oh, adding like critical hit tables, adding critical wounds where people get like a finger chopped off or an arm chopped off. Or maybe you get disfigured, lose an eyeball. I would love to see those things added to MMOs. I would love to see a lot of stuff. You could have MMOs with permadeath, where you just get killed and you're dead. There's lots of different things that can be done to MMOs that haven't been done. If you want to talk about theme park, WoW is the gold standard for a theme park MMO. But the problem is, to me, that's not the best type of MMO. Theme park is not the best type of MMO, and WoW is certainly a theme park MMO.
Well met. Goodbye. How may I aid you?
Look at how much experience that was. That was insane. 7,350 experience.
How may I aid you? May the eternal sun shine.
No, I have two. Yeah, I know, Phil. ArenaNet's MMO manifesto. I got to read that. And the thing is too, I mean, none of my my thoughts and stuff just bounce around in my head, and they change all the time. Thanks, Phil. They change all the time, right? So everything I'm saying may be what I'm thinking right now, but if I sit down on a piece of paper and write stuff out, I mean, I'll change my mind. Believe me, I guarantee you. So not everything I'm saying is written in stone. These are just thoughts that I have that bounce around in my head. But the one thing I absolutely hate, which I listed right here, is boring, repetitive, meaningless quests. To me, is the number one problem with MMOs. That to me it is, right? I mean, that is the number one problem. There is a video, huh? I got a headache. I have to take some Advil. Well, I do. I want to say too, Guild Wars 2. I do like Guild Wars 2. I think Guild Wars 2. Like, I think that's another thing you can do too, is we can sit down. I mean, and talk about what are the good things that we like in MMOs. I mean, I think that's a good exercise. Let's take all the MMOs we've ever played and what do we like about them, and why do we like them? And yeah, here's that right outside of the capital city for the humans here, and I can't remember the name of Divinity's Reach, which is a great name for a city, by the way. And this little village out here, I can't remember the name of it, but I do remember the name is really cool. The village name is really cool. I just can't remember it right now. I mean, I love the artwork, the art style. It's my favorite, like, for a stylized look of a MMO, Guild Wars 2 just knocks it out of the park. To me, it's the best for a stylized look in an MMO, without not even close. Well, I agree with you on that one, Phil. I hate invisible walls.
We founded ArenaNet to innovate, so Guild Wars 2 is our opportunity to question everything, to make a game that defies existing conventions. If you love MMOs, you'll want to check out Guild Wars 2. And if you hate MMOs, you'll really want to check out Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 takes everything you love about Guild Wars 1 and puts it into a persistent world. It's got more active combat, a fully branching, personalized storyline, a new event system to get people playing together. And
I do really like how Guild Wars 2 tells the story. I mean, Guild Wars 2 is great, so the German localization. No, well, yeah, I haven't seen that. That would be interesting. But yeah, Guild Wars 2 does a good job. The story is actually really cool, and the beginning video, like when you first create your human character in Guild Wars 2, and that beginning video it plays, like, totally gets you hyped. I mean, the hype train is huge, man. They're like, I will help defend my people. It's just like, you're ready to go. You're like, let's go. I love it.
still no monthly fees.
The look of Guild Wars 2 is stylized. We're going for a painterly
congested
aesthetic. Everything in our world
I love the stylized look.
handcrafted and artisanal. We treat our environments as if they are characters themselves.
When you look at the art in our game, you say, wow, that's visually stunning. I've never seen anything like that before. And then when you play the combat in our game, you say, wow, that's incredible. I've never seen anything like that. In most games, you go out and you have really fun tasks occasionally that you get to do. And the rest of the game is this boring grind to get to the fun stuff. I swung a sword. I swung a sword again. Hey, I swung it again. That's great. We just don't want players to grind in Guild Wars 2. No one enjoys that. No one finds it fun. We want to change the way that people view combat.
As a structure, the MMO has lost the ability to make the player feel like a hero. Everybody around you is doing the same thing you're doing. The boss you just killed respawns 10 minutes later.
Yeah, that's something I absolutely hate, is like how you kill a boss and it respawns 10 minutes later. I would like there to be a way to have bosses that only appear once, like ever. You know what I mean? Like if you kill a boss, it's just gone. That's it. It doesn't appear again. There may be a similar boss that has similar loot that appears somewhere else in the world at another time, but that exact same encounter, I don't want to see it again. You know, you want stuff to be new and fresh, which is very hard to do in an MMO, but it can definitely be done.
That I'm there.
You'll get quest text that tells you, I'm being attacked by these horrible things. And it's not actually happening. In the game world, these horrible centaurs are standing around in a field, and you get a quest step that says, go kill 10 centaurs. We don't think that's okay. You see what's happening. You see centaurs running to the trading post, knocking the walls down, burning and killing the merchants.
We do not want to build the same MMO everyone else is building. And in Guild Wars 2, it's your world. It's your story. You affect things around you in a very permanent way.
Cause and effect. A single decision made by a player cascades out in a chain of events.
You're meeting new people whom you will then see again. You're rescuing a village that will stay rescued, who then remember you. The most important thing in any game should be the player. We have built a game for them.
Yeah, you're right, Einbei. A lot of their stuff here is kind of reflects what I'm saying. And I've always said that Guild Wars 2 is probably it's in my top 3 probably favorite MMOs, but the biggest problem with Guild Wars 2 I have is that the dungeons really weren't that fun, and that there were systems in place that allowed dungeons to be abused by high-level characters, which same thing in World of Warcraft, which I disagree with big time. And then also the PvP gear was just cosmetic, which I think was a big mistake. And then the other thing that, with Guild Wars 2 is the combat doesn't really feel that impactful, and it's a little bit it's a little bit, because of the art style, it's a little bit difficult to always see where you're hitting things, but the combat is really fun, and it is based on which class you are too. I think some classes the combat experience is a little better than others, but overall the combat's very fun, and the art style is amazing. It's just, you could tell that the game, the way it's made, was made by people that loved what they were doing. I mean, a love went into this game, and you can tell when you play an MMO when people who are behind the MMO loved, they put love into the effort, into the project. They were really, sinking their teeth into it, and they loved the idea of what they were creating, and that's obvious in Guild Wars 2. These people, when Guild Wars 2 came out, when it first came out, and I was one of the person who bought the early package, whatever. The pre-order package, I bought, one, and I bought like the $100 package or $75 package, whatever it was. And the hype was huge. The hype for Guild Wars 2 was massive. I mean, it was massive. I mean, I don't remember, after Guild Wars 2 came out, there's no MMO that's come out since then that I don't think, and New World doesn't even come close to the amount of hype that Guild Wars 2 had. Guild Wars 2 hype meter was off the charts. I mean, people really thought Guild Wars 2 had the chance to be the WoW killer, right? And it was a great game, but I think the biggest problem for me that pushed me away from Guild Wars 2 was the PvP was not quite as easy to see what was going on. There was a lot of flashy stuff flying around the screen, and it made PvP a little bit hard to discern, how to combat and kind of counter people's abilities. That was hard to see. The best, and I've said it many times, but World of Warcraft's combat is designed in a way that it's really easy to see what people are doing. It's easy to see what they're casting. It's easy to see what attacks they're doing. It makes it very easy to understand, oh, he's doing this ability, I can try to counter with this ability. You know what I mean? Guild Wars 2, I thought that was difficult to do. And also, again, the PvP, you weren't getting items that were really usable items. They were just cosmetic. And that was a big turnoff for me. But the biggest thing that with Guild Wars 2 is it just, the wars, like the big World v World was super fun, but it just didn't seem to hold the amount of people in the game long enough to keep that stuff alive long enough. Well, I agree with that as well, Einbei. And Final Fantasy, but you have to turn down all those effects for other people. Final Fantasy's combat's crazy, and that Final Fantasy there's really no. I've never done PvP in Final Fantasy, and from what I've heard, PvP in Final Fantasy isn't really that good anyway. So, I can't really even compare Final Fantasy, but yeah. I'm looking. Okay, the rest was just them. It was the video where they weren't talking anymore. They weren't talking anymore. What'd you say? You just read that all the founders and many Guild Wars 2 developers left Arena in 2019 to found a new studio. Oh yeah. Well, the people behind Guild Wars 2, like I said, it was a great. They were so close. To me, Guild Wars 2 was so close to being like an MMO that would have just been absolutely amazing. I mean, it was really good. And I can't really put my finger on why it wasn't like as big as like WoW, for example. But I just think that to me, the dungeons, I think one of the things that WoW does definitely better than any other MMO, and I think we can all agree on this, is Dungeons. I mean, I can't think of any other MMO that has anything like Blackrock Depths or, or like, Lower Blackrock Spire, Upper Blackrock Spire, or Karazhan. I mean, these types of raid, these types of dungeons, I've never played those in any other MMO that were anywhere near as enjoyable. And, again, a lot of that goes into the combat, the way the combat works. But I haven't, to me, that's the biggest one of the biggest differences between WoW and other MMOs is the PvE dungeon content is so fun and so good. I've never, I just haven't played other games where it's that good. I mean, like Final Fantasy's dungeons are okay, but I can't really comment on it because I've only done like maybe, 10 or 15 different ones. But hey, what's up, Blue? Yeah, that's a good point, Blue. That Guild Wars 2 was just, it felt like, well, I know, like, I really enjoyed leveling. Like, I have a video series on my YouTube channel, and you guys can find it where I leveled the Guardian class all the way up to max level. I've got all the videos in a playlist. You guys can watch that, and that was like very fun. I found it very enjoyable, but it felt really kind of boring in that, if you wanted to do the map completion, it was a little boring running around having to do everything. I don't know. I like New World's combat, like what you saw me, Blue. You saw I played, I played for like 6 hours the first time I played New World the other day, and I could have played longer. I had to quit because it was getting to be like 2 or 3 in the morning, and I had to get to bed. But what's so cool about the combat is because it's got that Skyrim type of, you've got a bow combat that has real, aiming and physics, and I love that type of combat, that type of action combat in an MMO, because you don't have very many MMOs that have that. Most MMOs, it's the lock-on targeting and stuff, and you don't have that kind of real physics-based stuff. You think of physics-based stuff more in like FPS games. If I put my cursor on something, and I shoot, if that something moves, it moves out of the way, then I miss. But you don't have that like in WoW. If I cast a Frostbolt, I'm pretty much, you can't avoid a Frostbolt if I cast it at somebody, you know. Well, see, I haven't done those shiny, you know. Yeah. It does have dungeons, Phil, and I've done some of the lower level. That's what I was just saying. I've done about 10 or 12 different dungeons in Final Fantasy, but they're the lower level ones. And from what I've heard, and even I think Asmongold said this as well. I think he did. If he didn't, then it was Bellular. Said that some of the, I think it was Bellular actually, that said that the high end raids in Final Fantasy are better than any World of Warcraft raid, as far as like. And actually, what he said about the raids in Final Fantasy that made him really cool is that you don't have to have deadly boss. Remember, there's no add-ons, right? Which is great. Again, huge fan. I am a huge fan of no add-ons, right? Yeah, and I bet you said the low ones are bad. I'm a huge fan of no add-ons, right? And so the way that Final Fantasy works is they show you the telegraphs, right? So they'll throw out the telegraphs in these raid encounters, and so you'll see, you have to avoid certain things, but they started off slow, and then it builds up. So it gives you time as a player. Yeah, I like Bellular. It gives you time as a player to adjust to those encounters, and then it slowly scales it. And Einbay can probably confirm this. I don't know, but it gives you time to get used to it, and then it gets harder and harder as the encounter goes on. But so you don't have to one of the things that sucks in World of Warcraft is if you go and do a really hard raid and you've never done it before, you've never read up on it before, you don't know it, and you're basically screwed. You know what I mean? You just don't even know what to do, right? Yeah, and I love Karazhan too. Karazhan's really fun. And I've never done any of those shiny, those marathons. I've never done those. Well, see, Blue. I haven't done any raiding in WoW in forever, dude. Like forever. Yeah. I agree with Bellular on some things. I disagree with him on some things, but actually, I find that I agree with him. I mean, he doesn't really, to me, like Bellular doesn't say a lot of he says generalized things. Bellular doesn't take a hard line usually, not that I've seen. He doesn't tend to take hard lines like, oh, it has to be this way or the highway. So I don't have a problem, agreeing with most of his stuff because he doesn't seem to take hard stances. At least not that I've seen, you know. Yeah, Bellular hasn't gotten that far along in Final Fantasy 14. Yeah. I'm not. Yeah, don't take my word on any of this stuff. I'm just saying based on my experience. I mean, I'm certainly not. I have not done any retail WoW rating in like 6 years. So, but I can tell you that I'm very much against add-ons. I don't like having to install a bunch of add-ons. I think it's stupid, and just when I hear the way the raids are explained in Final Fantasy, it just sounds like a better type of systems. I do think that telegraphs are really cool because it just helps people to kind of understand, oh, I'm not supposed to be here, but you can still do it in a way that it's difficult, like someone's casting a healing spell and all of a sudden this telegraph appears on their feet. Well, they got to stop casting and they've got to figure out, okay, now I've got to get out of the way so I don't take damage, but I also have to still cast the heal again. And is my tank going to die because I have to move? Do I have to stand here and take damage so he can get healed? I mean, there's all those types of things that go on in your head. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't find Bellular takes hard stances on bad. I think he just kind of gives his feedback, what he likes, what he doesn't. But I don't think he says, oh, this is, you know. Yeah, they don't, Shiny. They don't have mechanics, but I still kicked my ass, Shiny. Remember that one? I remember that first time I was doing one of those Final Fantasy ones and it started kicking my butt? I was just like, I felt like the biggest noob. Oh, man. Oh, gotta love it. Yeah, I think he does his research pretty well. What quest do I want to do? Well, we want to do these other ones up here. I don't, Shiny, I don't remember that. I'm level 50, I think, or 51 in Final Fantasy, and I don't know if I unlocked that. I don't remember. Why was this quest not? That's level 46, that's why.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real, yo. Glad I could help.
Goodbye for now.
What's up? Hurry back.
Could I? Could I go into ZF? I didn't think about that, Phil. I didn't even think about that.
Time is money, friend.
I could try to get the,
Keep it real.
let's see, you're right, that's not a bad idea.
Time is money, friend.
We could go into ZF and try to knock out some of these quests that are just like looting items,
Time is money, friend.
Let's see. Let's have that one, though. Yeah, a lot of these quests are green, unfortunately. But, doesn't matter. There's still going to be 30% bonus on top of whatever they turn in. So, yeah. Nah, I actually never do the Noggenfire quest line because it's just so damn long. I hardly ever do the Noggenfire one.
Speak, friend. Go forth.
I don't even remember the flame ones.
See ya later.
How do you do this quest? I don't even remember these quests. It's been so long.
Glory to the Sindorai.
Did he give me... Yeah. Yeah, well, there's that. Gives me the buff. just yeah, I never bother with the Nagenfire too much. But you know, I don't play Horde. That's why I hardly ever play Horde. You know. Yeah, the seasonal quests. I just don't always remember the seasonal quests. I don't remember what comprises them. Yeah, you guys are gonna laugh, but I'm actually gonna take a quick break to take a quick shower because I need a shower. I'm doing that classic MMO thing. Be right back in 5 minutes, but actually, I'm gonna take a shower, man. I'm feeling grimy, and I want to be able to play for quite a bit on the stream. So if I not get this shower out of the way right now, it'll help me stream for a very long time. So I'm just gonna go AFK for a minute for be like, I don't know, like maybe 10 minutes tops, and I'll be right back. And we'll keep going. But the thing what sucks is all these talks about these other MMOs. All these talks about these other MMOs make me want to play them. Like when we talk about Guild Wars 2, it gets me all excited, and I want to go play Guild Wars 2. We talk about Final Fantasy, and it gets me, oh man, I want to go play Final Fantasy. But the problem is, I still want to get to freaking the Outland, right? So it's like the only games that I ever get the inkling to want to play is Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft, just because I want to get to the Outland. And Guild Wars 2 I always like going to just because the world's so beautiful. I love the world in Guild Wars 2. It just looks so good, I love that art style, and it's fun, and the music and the sound and stuff in Guild Wars 2 is really good too, and the rain, and it's just a cool game. It really is. But let me take a quick shower, and in the meantime, I'll just well, if I should, I guess I'll just leave you guys with some music. But I'll be back in like 10 minutes. All right. Woo! I am not Asmongold. I can't be dirty. No fun. Yeah, that was Iron Base. I get some rest in XP in the meantime. He's right. I ran right into that inn. I know Blue said, you stopped playing Ghost 2. I think you played a rogue or ranger, don't remember, but would easily kill mobs that were 10 plus levels above me without breaking a sweat. Yeah. That makes sense. You get patch schedule of 3 to 4 months. Oh, that's pretty cool, Shiny, that Final Fantasy puts stuff out pretty quickly. I think the lack of instance PvE was what kind of... That and the PvP not having actual real reward gear. It's just having the cosmetic was, you know... I think it's really interesting. If you play an MMO, it's like, if you stay in an MMO after launch, if you stay in an MMO for more than 3 months, like, that's an achievement. Like, that's like an accomplishment for an MMO to keep people in it more than like 3 months. I'm supposed to have an item, aren't I? Oh, here it is. This one? Yeah. Sweet. Damn, that fire buff is proccing like constantly.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Alright. I'm going to turn that quest in real quick, because it'll probably give me a follow-up. I think every time people talk about Final Fantasy XIV, it just seems like I need to get back in there and get into the later game content.
Talk to me. Glad I could help. Hurry back.
I think, yeah. I mean, I think to me, Guild Wars 2, it needed the traditional Trinity which I just think you have to have. I think you have to have. I mean, you don't have to, but I think if you really want to capture the MMO crowd that's the largest crowd, the biggest bucket, so to speak, you need the Trinity, right? You need the Trinity. You need traditional fantasy races. You should have elves. You should have dwarves, and you should have probably orcs. I mean, really, honestly, it sounds funny, but it may sound like trite or whatever, but it's true, you know. And you need good, you know. I think there's been a lot of MMOs that have come out in the past few years, or ones that are like, you know, Amazon's New World. And remember, New World was going to be PvP only. New World was going to be completely PvP only. You know, I mean, there was the original part of that game was more of a survival-based PvP, and then they completely did a 180 and added a bunch of PvE content based on, I don't know who. You know, I think it was a good idea they did. I think it's a great idea they did. I think a lot of people, and I'm one of the people who said it was a bad idea because initially the people that were really interested in it were PvPers. And then they changed it, and that pissed off all the PvPers. But, I mean, you're going to get a bigger audience if you add both, obviously. I think normal item progression is pretty good, you know. I think the one thing that we haven't seen, which is something I've harped on quite a bit, is that gear is given out way, way, way too easily in MMOs. I would love to see that. I would love to see it given out the way it was when I played Dungeons & Dragons by my dungeon master, who was a real bastard. You know, he made you like work for what you got. Meaning like, so like, let's say you could expect to level from like 1 to 10 with my game master, and you probably wouldn't have any magic items. You might, by the time you hit level 20, have maybe 1, maybe 2 magic items tops. So magic was supposed to be really rare and supposed to be something you really. It kind of, again, I go back to Lord of the Rings because Lord of the Rings, it's so funny how Lord of the Rings does so many things correct in the way that I would like to see MMOs done. Like in Lord of the Rings, remember when they found that troll cave and they found those magical weapons? That was like a big deal. It's like, oh man, this is the Foe Reaver or whatever, or the Goblin Slayer. I mean, these were powerful magical artifacts. Up until that point, nobody in the party outside of Bilbo, who had or Frodo, was it? Oh, I guess that was the Hobbit. Yeah, I'm thinking of the Hobbit. Outside of, Bilbo, or I'm sorry, Frodo was it who had the chainmail? But actually, it was the Lord of the Rings where they found the orc, right? Yeah, it was. Anyways, the point is, the magical items should be incredibly rare and really rare. And so, like, weapon progression would be so simple as to say, like, when you were at level 1 warrior, you might have just this beat up old rusty sword or just this iron short sword, right? And it was not of low quality. And then you would actually appreciate the fact when you get a high quality, like, long sword or maybe a high quality bastard sword, those types of things, So, but yeah, Magic's given out way, way too freely in MMOs, way too freely. And it becomes this gear treadmill. And once you get on that gear treadmill, it's hard to maintain. You look at World of Warcraft and you look at the magical items that people are getting. It's ridiculous. You get a sword that has plus 100 strength or what. I don't know what it is nowadays. They've done the stat switch, so it's probably something different. But you get the idea. It's just ridiculous. But yeah, Magic should be really rare. Like when I played Lineage 2, like I would go out and kill monsters for like 8 hours, and I might see like 1 or 2 magical items drop. And every time I saw one, it was really exciting because you never knew if it was going to be something that was really powerful or just something that was like moderately powerful. But it was exciting, The other thing that Lineage 2 that was really cool is items would fly out of the dead corpse. So when the corpse was falling to the ground, the items would just fly out of the corpse, and the sound effect of like a shield hitting the ground, you would hear this like thunk. And just by the audio sound effect, you're like, oh shit, that's that's some sort of shield. And you'd get excited, Yeah, it's just, yeah. It's hard to get excited about gear that's got like plus 100 stats, I'm sorry. Sorry. You know, when I see like a +5 Vorpal sword in Dungeons and Dragons, I think that's like incredibly overpowered. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, no MMO can compare with my loot system. The loot system I created for my MMO. The magical system I want to create in my MMO, nobody can compare with because you basically have to learn in a there's one. Okay, think about this. In my MMO, one of the things you can learn is how to become a sorcerer, sort of like, and you can enslave demons, right? But you have to be able to summon demons. First, you have to learn how to summon demons. Then you have to learn how to fight them and defeat them. Once you fight them and defeat them, then you can enslave them to your will, right? And you can bind demons to your weapons, and that binding a demon to your weapon might give the weapon special properties, right? Like, let's say I bind a fire elemental on my sword. Well, then every time I hit somebody with my sword, it might have a chance to do an extra bit of fire damage, right? But to get to the point where you could actually do that would take you a very, very, very long time, right? You know what I mean? I mean, what MMO have you played that allowed you to do something like that? How cool would that be? That's just one of my systems for the MMO I want to create. I have many others. Yeah, creativity is there's no creativity left right now, and you know I don't see MMOs coming out. You know, stuff like Swords of Legends Online and you know and Alien. They're not creative. They're just basically copying the same stuff. Same thing with movies too. Yeah, creativity is like you're right. Same thing in movies. I have seen some TV shows that are fairly creative. I thought Loki was the Loki TV show I watched yesterday for the first time. I thought some of the storyline was fairly creative. Not like massively creative or anything, but it was, you know, I liked where they went with the variants. I thought that was kind of an interesting idea. But, you know, it wasn't like crazy creative or anything like that. So. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, the MMOs. They dumb down MMOs to appeal to a larger audience. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do, guys? I'm gonna create a document, right? I'm gonna call it, you know, what's wrong with MMOs, right? What's wrong with MMOs and how to fix it. Or what's wrong with MMOs and what I would do. You know, what's wrong with MMOs and how I would, you know, I don't know. I'll come up with a good title, something different. And this music's too loud for me. I need something a little bit more serene. Every step takes you another one of your boxes. That's cool. So you're really liking Final Fantasy? Yeah, well, I do need to get back into Final Fantasy, but people who watch my stream, I don't want to disappoint them by giving up on this character here. You know, I want to get up and do some BGs and hopefully maybe do some arena, you know, because I want to, but I also want people, you know, who watch the stream to be able to see it as well. So, but I'm going to create a document and I'm going to submit it to some influencers and some game companies. I'm going to submit it to Bellular. I'm going to submit it to Visionary Realms. I'll submit it to Minus. You know, Minus now has been hired by Visionary Realms, so I'm going to give it to Minus and see if he can distribute it to his people at Visionary Realms. And it's just going to be like my assessment of what's wrong with MMOs and things I'd like to see done better. And just a fun little article. It'll be long. It'll be really long. And we'll create it, and it'll be really long. It'll be kind of my past 20 plus years playing, you know, MMOs and my experience of playing Dungeons and Dragons and everything in the fantasy genre and gaming genre, and what, you know, how I feel about MMOs, because you guys know I talk about it all the time, and we'll put it into like a document, a little manifesto. And we'll do the Jerry Maguire,
Kiss your ass goodbye.
and we'll just distribute it out to everybody, right? Yeah. Well, you know, that's another thing that I've talked about. Here, let's go back to where's my document? So I don't know if I have it in here, but and that's why I like to keep this document open, because I always forget. There's 11 items here, but I guarantee you I've probably thought up about another 30 or 40 items that aren't even on this list. I just always never write them down. Enemy AI, right? So enemy AI is, to me, this is groundbreaking. You know, this is groundbreaking in terms of MMO diversity, this is groundbreaking you know, it's groundbreaking in the fact that we just don't see this in MMOs, right? And I'm going to stop saying MMOs because I want to say MMORPGs, because it is an MMORPG, and I think when you keep saying MMOs, you forget the RPG part of it, but you know, we don't have good enemy AI in most MMOs. And I think we really, yeah, it's going to be my manifesto. And we need to see, you know, a lot better enemy AI. Think about it this way. What if, and we see some basic enemy AI in games, like even in WoW, like a mob will cry out, you know, for help. Like a raptor will cry out for help. And if there's another raptor that's nearby, you know, he'll come. But wouldn't it be cool to see stuff like where mobs could tag team you? Like maybe one mob could root you while the other one throws like a fire ground effect on top. Like let's say this mob has a net, and he throws a net as I'm running away and it roots me. And this mob sees that I'm rooted and then just casts like a, you know, burning a ring of fire on top of me. You know, stuff like that. Just basic like enemy AI would be really really cool. We need some music that's just a little bit not so loud. The music's always really loud to me. I don't know if it comes across being really loud to you. And of course, I can change it for you guys. But even if I scale down the sound for what you guys are hearing, I'm still hearing it at the volume I'm hearing it at. And unfortunately, my equalizer's not that good. This one's a lot better. But I think I have a lot of good ideas, and I think I have a lot of things to say about MMOs. and I would love to put it down. And most of the stuff that I've said has already been said, but I think there's a lot of things, ideas I've come up with for MMOs that really haven't been said, or well, it's just a way of how you present it. It's trying to present it in a way of these are what's wrong and this is how you fix it. People will say, well, we need this, we need that, but people don't really lay it out where it all kind of ties in together. I think a lot of problems with MMOs is it's really hard to say what's wrong with MMOs because it's not just one thing, and certain things play off of each other. And that's why, when I was talking about the world, like the world being an important part of the MMO, well, the world ties into the races and the characters, and all those tie into the encounters and the encounters you have with those characters and those races, and it all has to tie into your character, like where you come from, and like for example, if I'm a dwarf, the dwarfs in a particular MMO may not like the elves. Well, why don't they like the elves? Well, because the elves are really haughty, and they don't when they try to trade with the elves are always highballing them, charging them too much money for stuff, and they don't want to pay anything for the dwarf stuff because they think dwarf wares are crap. Stuff like that. And so you build that into the story. So when you go talk to elves, they're haughty, they're arrogant, they're rude to you. All those things, just little things, but it all has to be there, it makes sense. I'm done with these guys. What do I need to kill? I need brutes. All right. Yeah, but I'll put together a document. I mean, I've got so much information and resources, and I've brainstormed about MMOs in my head for years. I've always thought that one of the coolest creatures in World of Warcraft is these insects. I've always thought that they were really well done and just really really neat. They're just really cool.
You can kiss your ass goodbye. You were screwed.
You know which universe? I don't. I've never read the Witcher books, and I have seen the Witcher, and I played the Witcher game all of like maybe an hour. I just couldn't get through all the dialogue. It was like so much dialogue, you know. Yeah, yeah. The Expanse is pretty cool. I don't know if I could ever get into a sci-fi MMO. If I did a sci-fi, for me, it would be probably the Altered Carbon universe, where people can, change bodies by just resleeving, moving your cortical stack into different bodies. The cool thing about the Altered Carbon universe, and I read the Altered Carbon books way before it was ever a TV show. I read them like probably 10 years ago. But the Altered Carbon books are really cool in that like there's a lot of cyborg, modifications. So a lot of people have, additional, mechanical arms. They have, enhanced augmented, eyesight, stuff like that. I think is really cool. So if I did a sci-fi, I would have to have a lot of cybernetic enhancements that you could do. So, which would be cool. But yeah, politics. I think you need to have. I think that's cool. If you have like good political systems in place. Yeah. Well, there's quite a few books. I've only read 2 books, but I think there's 3 books. I think with Altered Carbon. I can't remember, but the world's pretty fleshed out. I mean, it's not as fleshed out as you might. It's not like a Lord of the Rings fleshed out or something, but there's quite a bit of information there in the books. But maybe not so much on like political systems or government. More about just the technology and the way people view people who've lived for a long time. What are they called? Damn it, what are they called? They kind of view them. The people who live like keep resleeving and keep staying alive for hundreds and hundreds of years. They kind of think of themselves as gods, and basically only the really really wealthy people can afford to do it. So, think of like Jeff Bezos type people would be alive for hundreds of years, and there's a name for them. I just can't remember right now. That's what happens when you get old. You can't remember these things. Yeah, they were good books. I didn't read all of them. I just read the first 2. I loved the AI, like the hotel AI and stuff like that was really cool, and I love the automatic weapon systems that they had in the hotel he was in. The hotel was like almost completely AI automated, which was cool. I mean, like Blade Runner would have been a cool. Think about Blade Runner as an MMO. That would be very cool. You know, post-apocalyptic sci-fi universe. I think that's why everybody was so into like cyberpunk, you know, because it is something people want. But oh yeah, I have the worst memory, man. I can't remember all that stuff. Yeah, I was really mad when they did Blade Runner 2 because I'm such a big Blade Runner fan. But it actually wasn't a bad movie. You know, Blade Runner, what was it, 20, whatever. And the fact that they had, you know, Harrison Ford in it, I think really kind of validated it to some degree. But I still think it really never needed to be done. You know, Decker was in the second one, which was cool. But yeah, Blade Runner is probably my favorite movie of all time. I'm not even gonna lie. It's pretty much my favorite movie of all time. So. Plus 12 agility. What do I have? Oh, shit. Well, I've got this, which is way better. Well, Dune probably has... I don't know. Does Dune... I never read the book all the way through. Dune's got a pretty good... I don't know if it has enough information there to do the whole world, but it's definitely an interesting world. Dune... I heard that the next Dune movie that they're working on is more true to the original book, a lot more so than the first Dune movie. And since I never read the book all the way through, I don't know what that really means. so I'm really interested. And when they first started talking about Dune in the movie, the second one, I wasn't that intrigued because I'm like, well, you're just remaking movies that's already been done. But then they said it's going to be a lot more faithful to the original, and so that made me really interested because, like I said, I haven't read the book. I started reading it in college. I think drinking took priority. I would have read a lot more in college if I wasn't out partying all the time. I need to get back into reading. I used to read a lot. It's not as much anymore now. Yeah. Well, I've got literally about 20 books here that I've bought that I haven't read yet. I've got a bunch. I've got some Terry Brooks books that I haven't finished. I've got some by Brandon Sanderson that I haven't finished. I've got a couple by Elizabeth Hayden that I haven't read yet. You know, the first book, you know, Rhapsody Child of Fire. It's such a great book. If you guys want to read a pretty interesting book, you know, Rhapsody by Elizabeth Hayden's really good. Very unusual, but very good. And she's got like 2 more books, I think, in that series at least that I haven't read yet. My mining is still so low, guys. I still can't mine mithril ore, which is a real issue. At some point in time, we need to get my mining up so I can mine mithril. My mining's 173. I'm only 2 points away from mithril, so... But yeah, that's pretty sad. I should be much higher on mining. a talent point we haven't used yet. We're just going to put it into dual wield specialization. We're still trying. We're still trying to get to Blade Flurry. We're only a couple points away. So when I hit level 56, we'll have Blade Flurry.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Wow, what is the screen freeze here? I don't know why it's doing that. Ever since a couple weeks ago, it started doing that. Not very often. Every once in a while, the screen will just gotta freeze, which is not good. I gotta figure out what the issue is with that. It's gotta be a driver or something. I think it's audio. I think it's gotta be something with my audio. I think the Witcher world would be cool. Yeah, the Witcher world is interesting. I don't know much about it, but just watching the show, the TV series, it seemed like it was pretty rich. But I mean, I think you really need that. I think you need a good world to make your MMO within, and we don't see a lot of MMOs come. There are people who have tried to make MMOs like Lord of the Rings and stuff, based off of like a book, but we haven't had like a massive, like game company, because massive game company wants to create their own universe. They don't want to, base it off another IP. Again, that's why World of Warcraft was so successful, because they already had their own lore and IP, successful IP before they ever had the MMO. They had the RTS or whatever. That's why, League of Legends, I think, has a really good chance to create something really interesting. If you would take like Overwatch and turn that into an MMO, like an MMO, I mean, it would have a good chance of being successful, because you already have this great lore around these characters. Yeah, the show was really good. It wasn't like, it could have been better, but it was really good. I didn't like his. I thought some of the costumes in The Witcher were not that great. They could have been a lot better. I thought they were a little cheesy and they weren't dirty enough. It's really hard to get those types of like fantasy costumes or medieval costumes done well. And if you go back to Lord of the Rings, they did such a great job. Especially if you look at Aragorn, just how Aragorn's traveling across the wilderness and the countryside. When he walks into a tavern, you can just see his cloak's covered in dirt and mud. It's torn, it's scuffed up. I mean, it just looks so realistic, and you don't see that in most of those movies. I mean, the Witcher's out there in the swamp killing shit, and he'll walk into an inn, and his clothing looks like it's never seen a piece of dirt, and you're like, come on, what? It's just... Although his clothing, I think, was pretty beat up at that point, but whatever. But I think the The wardrobe could have been a lot better in that show. Oh, notice how in the guild when I said something, once again nobody even bothered to to respond. This guild is like like the most, although there weren't very many people online, but still it's not the most friendly guild. I still got a little bit of sickness in me. I'm getting like fever. I'm getting hot flashes right now and my throat's a little sore. Alright, so I think, are we, no? Alright, yeah, we're finally done with this. Yeah, true. Yeah, there aren't that many people in the guild in right now. But this server just feels, it feels like the Burning Crusade servers are dying, you know? Okay, we're on, shit, what server are we on? Bloodsail, right? So we're on Bloodsail Buccaneers. Yeah, it says there's only, look at this. Look at this, dude. 1788 people. That's nothing, dude. You serious? 1,788. That is a very, very low population. Look at Grobulus, 9,200. You know, that's 4 times the population of this server. So, I'm kind of almost wishing I wouldn't have come to this realm because it's just dead. I mean, 1,700 people is not a lot of people on a server. You know? But we're in for the long haul now. We don't really have a choice. Once we get into PvP, I'm assuming they have battle groups. I don't know. So that's kind of not necessarily a good thing either. When we QB PvP, he says there's no battle group, so it's only going to be people from this realm when we queue. So that means the queue times could be, I don't know, not great. So it's all realms. He says the queue times are horrendous. 45-minute plus. Oh, well, that's bogus. What's the point? Why am I leveling if I can't sit in queue times for 45 minutes? I'll never get gear. He says the queue times are good when HVA is active. Oh, Horde versus Horde. Oh. Yeah, well, this sucks. So he says that queue times are good when Horde versus Horde is active, but I don't really know when Horde versus Horde is active. Maybe it's not active very often, and that means the queue times are going to be terrible. Jesus Christ. The more I play WoW, the more I just want to go play Final Fantasy. I'm getting tired of this crap, you know? I don't want to sit in queues for 45 minutes. I mean, why am I playing a Horde if the queues are 45? I should have just played a fucking Alliance. You know what I mean? No, you just can't win for losing, man. There's so many Horde, the PvP comparison. Gee. Yeah. Oh, boy.
Yo! Keep it real!
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, there's the quest for that, but I doubt I'll ever do that quest.
Keep it real. Time is money, friend. Be good.
Well, got scarab shells. Well, they did, but it sounds like it's not on all the time. Sounds like this Horde versus Horde isn't always on, and when it's not on, the queue times are like 45 minutes. I'm not going to sit in queue for 45 minutes. There's no way I'm going to sit around for 40. I mean, what am I going to do? Run around and farm shit for 45 minutes? You know, that's stupid. It'd take me forever to get geared up for PvP if the queue times are 45 minutes. It's in testing? Oh, man. Okay. Okay, well, as long as it's coming, Blue, as long as it's coming, then yeah, it'll... But... Ah, jeez. I guess we'll just see what happens. I mean, the good thing is I'm not 70 yet, so... And I'm not going to be 70 for a while, so... Maybe by the time I'm 70, they'll have it ready to go. Well, I feel like I don't have a lot of options, you know. The only thing left in there's only two things left I was doing in World of Warcraft. One was trying to get to Burning Crusade and level 70 and maybe do some arena. That was one thing I thought left and WoW I wanted to kind of do. And the only other thing was to do that hardcore leveling series. But honestly, I don't know. That just feels like kind of a waste of time. What's the point? I mean, it's a challenge for sure, but might as well just go play might as well go play something else. Oh, I don't know about that, Blue. Tell me why you think New World is good outside of group PvP. That's the thing with New World is what's so good. I played New World for 2 days, and it didn't blow my socks off by any stretch of the imagination. It was okay. You know, it was just... Am I having fun right now playing this? Not really. Not really. I'm just going through the motions, basically. Just, you know, doing stuff I've done before. You know, we've done these quests already a million times. I mean, I'm having some fun, and I know I'll have a lot more fun when I get into the Burning Crusade, but it's, you know, I don't know. And the other thing too with New World Blue is it's just the beta. So do you want to spend a ton of money, or a ton of time in New World? It's just a beta. Well, oh yeah, 100%. The combat's better. Yeah, yeah, that's the only thing in New World that I really like is the combat. But I haven't seen any dungeons yet. I think in New World I need to try a different class, you know, different setup. But I really like the bow. The bow's super fun. But I would like to try maybe like the two-handed hammer. Maybe go like sword and shield with a two-hand hammer. I think would be kind of fun. Are you having really, Phil? You still really? I mean, well, I enjoy playing. It's not like I don't enjoy playing WoW. I mean, I enjoy it, but there's always this thing in the back of my mind, like, would I have more fun going, you know, progressing through Final Fantasy, or would I have more fun? You know, it's just, it's tough, you know? Yeah. Is there a Horde flight path in here? Is it both? Yeah, it is good. Okay, I'm used to playing Alliance. Well, we're only about 4.5 levels from the Outland. Got no money.
Greetings, traveler. Go in peace. Ancestors watch over you.
We are going to need these crystals for the quest. We never get that. Can I get it here? Is the festival buff in Ungoro? Yeah, the Devil Star Mafia. I don't think they're here. I think we just need 10 for the quest, right? The gems. I think we just need 10. 10 of each. Normally when I do on Goro, I collect a lot of gems, but we won't be doing that this time. We're just going to get the quest done and get the heck out of here as fast as we can.
Peace, friend. Walk with the Earth Mother.
You can kiss your ass goodbye. You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Ah, here we go.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
It's funny how they changed the quests. We're not gonna do the raft. That quest is not gonna do that one. I don't think. Nah. Too much running around. Can't remember if there's an instant turn in. There might be. Maybe we'll grab it. There might be like an instant turn in. I can't remember. It just throws a bunch of shit in my inventory that I don't really want to deal with. Give one instant turn in, so that's good. Oh crap. It's got that instant turn. Okay. Running in circles. Yeah, the combat in New World is pretty fun. I think, again, I just think that to really enjoy New World, at least from what I've, like, for me, if I was going to really enjoy New World, I'd have to get into a guild and do PvP in a group-based setting. But I do want to get into New World and set up like a tank build. Just for fun, see how that works out.
Brings you here? May the eternal sun shine upon you.
Just funny. I mean, have I even done a single dungeon on this character? I did. I did Alderman. That was only because I think a guildie ran me through Alderman. That's like the only dungeon I've done on this character. That's not the one I wanted to open, is it? No, it's this one. That's why I didn't want that other quest. Yeah, it is a shame.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
I've been expecting you.
Oh, 23 stamina. Damn. That's a lot of stamina. But
We shall meet again.
10,550 experience, guys. It's a lot of experience. That's a lot of experience. Well, actually, Phil, those settings are something I used before I ever did hardcore. Before I ever did hardcore, I had the "You Can Kiss Your Ass Goodbye." I've used that for a long time. So those were not specific to hardcore. Those are just something I set up because I wanted to know my health. I'm like the "You Are Screwed" I might have set up for hardcore, but the "You Can Kiss Your Ass Goodbye" I've used forever. Just let me know my health is low. But yeah, it's it definitely feels different, like when you're on hardcore and it says, "You are screwed." You're at like 30% health, and it's like, you don't want to die, or you'll be deleting that character. So yeah, it's definitely a different feeling when that goes off. Then for sure. I think we just need 10. I'm thinking we just need 10 of each for the quest, so we're getting there. Man, I got a pizza in the freezer, and I swore I wasn't gonna cook it tonight because like I had this huge, massive, buffalo chicken tender sub from Publix, which is just fucking awesome. But I'm starting to get hungry, and I could so go for a couple slices of pizza right now. If we do this stream into the wee hours of the morning, I'm gonna need some fuel. My wife's out with her mom, and I won't see my wife again until Sunday sometime. So she's going to the Palladium Festival that they do here in Florida, so she's going to be gone until Sunday. I texted her earlier. She's not texted me back because she's probably too busy. Yeah, she didn't even see my text yet, which is it's normal because when her mom doesn't. One of her mom's pet peeves is when you're looking at your phone when you're around her mom. So when she's with her mom, she usually just turns her phone off or she just puts it in her bag. She doesn't even look at it. I only really use add-ons for WoW, and I only use them for certain things. Like you can see the Guild Wars 2 add-on here. I think really for me makes the game experience so much better. I don't like the default World of Warcraft, especially the thing at the bottom. I think it looks antiquated and old. So yeah, the add-ons for me, I don't use a ton, as you know. Like I use fairly few compared to most people. If you look at my add-ons, I have like literally like 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, because that's all one add-on. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there's 12 add-ons, but a lot of these, they're not even needed. Like vendor price, I don't even need that. It just shows Like, see here, it shows the price. It's just helpful. I don't have to have it. You know, recount. You guys know I don't use recount. That I have it, but I don't use it a lot. OmniCC shows the cooldowns. You know, again, I don't need it, but I like it. Neat plates. Actually, neat plates we don't even need. Or wait, or do we? Are we using that? Hold on a second. Yeah, we are using neat plates. That's the nameplate add-on, and I do like that because it just looks so much better than Blizzard's. And then MSBT I just use for my audio alerts. Leatrix is the maps, and then Gather's just for Gatherer. So Auctionators for auction. I mean, that's it. I don't use a lot, and they're not all necessary, but they just make my life a little better. You know, they're certainly not necessary. But like I said, the one that I would have a hard time living without would be MSBT, because that you can kiss your ass goodbye audio alerts, what lets me know I'm low on health. I don't even look at my health. Like, I mean, you can't even see my health. Well, you can. It's down here, but I don't really look at it that much. Actually, with the Guild Wars 2 UI, it's easier to see. That little, you know, orb. It's a lot easier to see what my health is at, so that actually helps. So I probably could get used to not using the audio alert, but I like it. I've always liked having that audio alert. We're going to get the quest, I think, collect like 30 of these or whatever, so let's grab them when we see them. Really wish my mining was at least 175. Oh, wow. Wow. Poison's died. I bought 2 new daggers, guys, so I have Julie's dagger, which is 1.3 weapon speed, and my offhand 36.5 DPS, and then I've got the Shadowfoot Stabber, my main hand, which is 1.8, 37.5 DPS, so these are pretty decent daggers, so... Yeah, I mean, and like I said, I prefer really not to have add-ons in an MMO. I think if you don't have add-ons in an MMO, that the MMO makers have to make their UI have certain things that help the player, you know, customizable UI, stuff like that. Stuff like, you know, like Final Fantasy has, you know. It seems like one of the things that Final Fantasy does really well is something that most MMOs don't do really well, and that's keep the leveling experience similar. Meaning like if you go into World of Warcraft, like if you played World of Warcraft up to Wrath of the Lich King and then you stopped and then you came back and tried to play World of Warcraft in Shadowlands, you'd be so lost. The game has changed so much, but I don't think Final Fantasy is really like that. I don't think the game's changed that much. I think if you played through the Realm Reborn and then didn't play Final Fantasy for 3 or 4 years, came back and started playing, it probably wouldn't be such a shock like it would in World of Warcraft. Same thing in Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 2, you could have played it and stepped away for 3 years, come back, and it's still, you know, you can still play the game and feel like you know the game. You know, WoW does a terrible job. Their expansions, Bellular said it in one of his streams today, their expansions a lot of times are not only additive, but they're subtractive. They take stuff away. Like, they add stuff into the game, and then they'll release an expansion that actually takes stuff away from the game. Like, you know, in Legion, you'll have these legendary weapons with all this artifact power or whatever. Then the next expansion will make that item completely, like, gone and not even exist anymore, or not powerful anymore. You know what I mean? They'll take stuff away, which is really weird, and it's a really bad way to do things. So, just another thing that Blizzard does really terribly, in my opinion. Yeah. You don't want to you want to create a system that's good in the beginning and doesn't need a lot of change. You know, the one thing I always compare it to is, and this is another thing Blizzard's done really, really bad. And let me kill that music for the minute because it's just too much. Let's go back to here. Another thing that Blizzard's done really poorly is, and I forgot what it was because I've been mucking with my music here. I forgot what I was going to say because I was thinking, I had it in my head, then I started looking at my music trying to find something quiet. Hold on a second, and hopefully it'll come back to me. We were talking about the leveling experience. Oh god, I hope I can
You
remember.
can kiss your ass goodbye.
Oh man, I hope I can remember what it was. Oh, I remember what I was going to say now. Okay, so one of the things that Blizzard does that I don't like is they constantly change characters and their power. And other games do this too, and it's kind of an MMO thing, but it's not something that I'm a big fan of. Yeah, well, what I was going to say is that, you know, when you create, like, okay, for example, in World of Warcraft, you have a hunter, right? And a hunter has certain abilities, arcane shot, serpent sting, whatever. You really shouldn't change that too much. Like, Blizzard changes characters. Like, the hunter now at level 1 to 20 is different than the hunter was in Classic WoW. And I don't necessarily, I mean, it's kind of good and it's kind of not. It's good in that people who've played the game ever since the beginning, it's nice to have something different. But it's bad for people maybe who played only in Classic, left, and then came back, and it's completely different. Because everything they knew is different and gone, you know? The other thing is Blizzard changes main core mechanics of classes, so much so that the class is drastically altered. And a good example of this is in Overwatch. Widowmaker, when she first came out, when she zoomed her camera, you know, in and out, she could zoom in and out really quickly. And Blizzard felt that was way too powerful. And it was. Really, it was. But what they did was they drastically changed the amount of time it took to zoom back out. Which just completely nerfed Widowmaker to the point where she went from being really good to really not that good. I mean, she still was good, but it was a big change. The other thing they did is they took Farah's rocket, her knockback rocket, away, which to me was her defining ability. Her ability to use the knockback, I thought, was just, it was an amazing ability. And I played Overwatch, and I was in the top 10% on Farah in the United States. And they took that away, and I quit the game immediately. I just quit. I said, fuck you. You know, you just ruined the class, basically. And I think that's a really bad thing to do. I don't think you want to change classes to where their mechanics or their core mechanics are drastically altered. You know, I mean, you can make little tweaks here and there, but you don't want to do anything that drastically changes the identity of a class. And what I was going to compare it to is Unreal Tournament, right? So when you look at Unreal Tournament, the FPS game, right? They have certain... Yeah. Yeah, I actually played the Survival Hunter in retail just because I like Survival Hunter, and it's actually pretty fun. I haven't played the Shadowlands Survival Hunter, but I played the Survival Hunter from the last expansion. What was it? Battle for Azeroth, I think. I played Survival Hunter, and it was actually pretty cool. Let's see if I've got it really quickly here. You guys always get me on tangents, but it's my own fault. Yeah, see this series? I did this over about a year ago. And actually, this was some of the most fun I had in PvP in WoW. Hold on a second. I just want to make sure I'm stealthed, yeah. This was some of the most fun I had in PvP in WoW in a long time, was when I played this Alliance Worgen Survival Hunter. Now watch this. Watch me play WoW. I just pick stuff that's fun. So it's actually, and of course, as you guys know, hunters and BGs are always pretty strong, but and look at my Worgen's got her little wolf pet, you know, her wolf pet, and then she's got another little warg puppy pet. But let's watch how the gameplay goes. You know, I send my pet in, I do some sort of, I cast Intimidating Shout to stun the person. And then I jump in. Look, I jump in and I melee. Look at me going in melee, which is really cool. I mean, it's really neat. And this is like, I guess, the debuff I must have applied. Maybe, or maybe it was somebody else's debuff. I don't really remember. So I jump in, I do a few attacks, and I kill them, you know, with the help of some other people. But it's just, this was actually the one thing This is the one thing I played in retail WoW that I really had fun doing. This survival hunter in Battle for Azeroth was super fun. It was also super fun and refreshing to play a Worgen as a hunter, which I'd never done before, because their ability to go down on all fours and run, and their sprints and their mobility is really unrivaled. I can't think of another race that has this type of mobility for the hunter. It's just really good. You know, you had so much mobility. You prefer the basic? Oh, you prefer the basic? And let's see if we can get a few more. I want to see if I can get another combat. I wanted to see if I had that leap back ability. Like we've got the leap in, and I don't even know what it looks like. So I'm going to send my pet. I just go in. I hit him with some. Oh, I hit him with my. That first thing was my. I think was my little crossbow. I think I shot him with a crossbow. Let's see if we can see this. I went too far back. Sorry. Right here, I think I shoot a crossbow or something. You'll see it. See that? Like I threw something. Then I come in and I start swinging my staff, and I don't know, it was just really neat. Yeah, yeah. You do the kill command, and I think I have it on the R key for kill command, but I might also have it macroed. I don't think I do. Oh, you can see there when I pulled up the score screen. It looked like I was doing pretty good. So I pull up the score screen here, and I've got 6 killing blows. Damage, not super great, but you get a lot of killing blows. Anyways, it was really fun. I really had fun playing this particular setup, and this was about a year ago, and this was in retail. This is something I would play again. It was really fun. I don't know what it's like now, though. That's the other thing I hate about World of Warcraft is expansions will come out, and they change the game so much that maybe in one expansion you played the hunter and it was really fun and you loved it, and the next expansion comes out, completely changes the hunter, and then it's not fun anymore. And it's like I don't really like that. So let me finish my story. So my story was when Unreal Tournament came out, you have the different weapons in Unreal Tournament. You've got the pistol, you got the shock rifle, you got the bio rifle, you've got the rocket launcher, you've got the chain, the minigun, and you've got the sniper rifle and piston hammer, right? So you got these abilities. Well, throughout the entire life of that game, they never once changed any of those weapons. They never scaled them in any way. They never buffed them or debuffed them. They were always perfectly balanced from day one. They play tested them. They made sure that they were balanced and good, and they never had to change them because they were fine. They were perfect. So then people were able to play the game and and just worry about their skill. Worry about getting really good with each weapon, learn how to skill up with their movement, get better with the sniper rifle. They never had to worry about once they got good with the weapon that the weapon was going to change. It's like once you were really super good, you were good. And then you can go on and move to the next weapon and get really good at that weapon. And and in WoW or in Blizzard, they've broken that. Like I could get really good with the survival hunter in Battle for Azeroth and really know all the mechanics and understand all my abilities. And then Shadowlands comes out and they give me all these new abilities and they maybe nerf or change other abilities. And it's like I have to relearn everything all over again. And I just don't like that. I think, and I understand why they do it to some degree to keep, to just keep the game interesting in a way. But also I think it takes something away from the game. It really does. To me, what you should be doing is you should be, each new expansion that comes out should be adding content to the game. It doesn't need to change the classes. If you want to add anything to the class, you're going to maybe add different levels so the character can level up a little bit higher. Or maybe you can add a few new abilities, but don't really change the existing ones, maybe add some new, I don't know. There's things you can do, but you got to be really careful. I think Blizzard makes way too many changes to characters in World of Warcraft. Way too many. And if you watch Bellular's channel, he talks about it a lot. And he talks about how difficult it is. It's almost an impossible task for Blizzard to balance the classes or to try to make systems work together. Because they've just added so much and taken away. They've always done this dance of adding and removing so much every expansion that it's just become this nightmare, to try to get all the content to work on a leveling experience from 1 to the max level and try to get things to work out and try to get quests to even be valid anymore. It's just there's so many things you have to do to try to make everything work, and they've basically dug their own grave. And all that stuff would never have been a problem if you just left the classes the way they were, just left them alone. Like 1 to 60, these are the skills you learn. 60 to 70, maybe you learn these skills. And every time a new expansion comes out, you don't have to touch the 1 to 60. It's good. It's done. It works. Leave it alone. Yeah, and I think, Phil, the thing is, too, is I think the problem is, like, I think when you come out with an MMO, you have to be really, you have to be, really do your due diligence and make sure that everything's balanced as best as it can be, and that all the core mechanics are there. And you just want to say this is the game, this is the core game, and if it's fun and it's good, I don't know, Blue. Farrah, they took the knockback away at a certain point, and I quit the game at that point. I don't know if she still has the knockback. When I was in the game, they took it away. They may have added it back, but I don't know. I quit a long time ago. But, they were just for making too many changes in Overwatch. When the game came out, I liked it the way it was. It was good, and that's another problem. A lot of times is developers listen too much to the community in the beginning, and it causes there's another lag spike. It causes too many issues. I think some games, like, wasn't it? I think it was Elder Scrolls or Final Fantasy, one of those games. They put out a survey and say, like, hey, we're thinking about making these changes, and they actually asked the community, and it has to get, I can't remember which game it was, it has to get like 80% or something. Like, it has to get like a majority vote for them to actually make the change. Yeah, well, I quit a long time ago, Blue. I quit a long time ago. And I can't play Overwatch now. The community's way too toxic. Overwatch is one of the most toxic games I've ever played, outside of maybe League of Legends. You just can't go into Overwatch and play, and not if you're going to do any kind of competitive stuff, because the people, they're just so many assholes. But that's the problem in most games nowadays,
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
That's just the problem with gamers today. Gamers are assholes, unfortunately. Parents didn't raise today's millennials weren't raised correctly. Their parents didn't raise them. You know, it's pathetic. Ooh, we got the gorillas. I know these gorillas hit really hard.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Overwatch was great that first year, though, when people weren't assholes. It was so good, you know? And now it's just, ugh. God, do I have any food? Very little. Yeah, I don't know. I've never experienced those high-end raiders. Yeah. I just think whenever you get into, like, elite content in any game or where it's, like, competitive, that's when the assholes come out, you know? It's pretty hard to find a game where you're in, like, a competitive, like, very competitive, like, you know, like Arena for WoW or, you know, Mythic rating for WoW, where people, you know, are into, like, these really toxic jerks, you know? We called, oh yeah, called 3 gorillas. Yeah, I'm gonna get back into Final Fantasy soon, so definitely gonna do that. I'm trying to force myself to get through this WoW character, get her to 70.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
You know, the New World the beta goes till for 2 weeks, right? So we still have all the way until the end of next week, probably the end of next weekend, you know. So, and I only plan on playing New World. Maybe we'll get in there and play it, you know, 2 or 3 more times, so we can try some different builds and stuff. Until August 2nd, yeah. So yeah, we got some time.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
And I need to buy some food.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Alright, I'll see you, Ambe. Thanks for stopping by.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah, we're trying to get there. 53. I'd love to hit like 55 at least, if I could, before I pass out, but I'm always tired on Friday night from the week of work, so we'll see. This is gonna be tricky. This is gonna get ugly.
You can kiss your ass goodbye. You were screwed.
Ooh, so close. Yeah, what's up, Phil? Oh, I'm still sick, but I'm like a lot better. Yeah, Amber's definitely better. I did take a COVID test and I'm waiting for the results to come in. But I mean, honestly, it doesn't really matter whether or not I have it because it's not like I work from home, so and I'm not really around anybody. And I was going to be in the office on August 2nd, but they postponed it again. So I won't be back in the office until September, like September 7th or something now, which is awesome. But yeah, I'm still sick, but today for most part I felt really good until about till about 8 p.m. or like 7 p.m. and then I started to feel sick again. Just basically just like sweats. I keep getting like fever sweats. So, but I feel much better. So thanks for asking, Phil. I feel much better.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Would be nice to have Blade Flurry, wouldn't it? Yeah, we just hit it at 56. Once we get to 56, we'll get Blade Flurry.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
What is a level 62 paladin doing in here doing quests? Always amazes me when you get people that are like, you know, like in this, you know, in the upper, you know, their TBC levels. Like, what are they doing in here? Killing all my mobs. You know, came through and killed everything. I don't like that. Look at that, everything's dead. Maybe she was mining. And I don't even like these. I don't even need these mobs. Well, that one over here I do, but maybe she was just mining or something. This person wants me to go to that guild. Kigo. You've never seen me take a quest that wasn't green, Phil? Shit, you haven't been watching, have you? Dude, I've been doing, like, all the quests I did in Ungoro Crater, or I mean in Felwood, were orange. Every quest I did in Felwood here was, like, yellow and orange. Like, every single one. No, but I mean, she's level 62, Phil. You know what I mean? She's 12. I mean, she's not even getting experience from killing these mobs. I don't go around killing mobs that are, like, not even green. You know what I mean? guy's trying to get me to go to the other guild. Yeah, what I'm saying is she's level 62. She should be leveling in Burning Crusade content to get to the next level. Like, her doing quests in non-Burning Crusade content at 62 is just... makes no sense. There's no reason. You know, she's going to level a lot faster doing the TBC quests than anything she'd do in the pre-TBC content. But maybe she, like I said, she's probably mining. My guess is she came in here looking for ore. This doesn't make sense. So he's leaving Blackguard to go to a different guild, and I said, well, is Blackguard get dead? And he's like, well, yeah, Blackguard, Faithless Looting and Blackguard are merging. Well, if they're merging, they wouldn't be dead. They'd be getting bigger. See, that does kind of defeat, you know, that seems weird to me. Oh, okay. I don't understand what this guy's trying to say. So the best players from these two guilds are merging. Oh. Maybe he's saying that's what he's saying. That the best players from those two guilds are going into this new guild TBD. Maybe that's what he's saying. Let's see. We'll see if that's the case. Oh, Cargos is still in this guild. But it says alt. Alt. Whatever. I don't know. I guess we'll join this other guild and see. So that's what he's saying. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on. I don't know. I really could care less what guild I'm in. Obviously, Cargos said if I ever came to the Horde side on Bloodsail, he would invite me to the guild. But getting to this guild has had no benefit whatsoever. Cargos hasn't said one word to me the entire time I've been in the guild, other than the original, you know, when he invited me. And then no one ever talks when I talk, you know. It's like this guild's pretty much been kind of pointless. But now he's saying the best players from this guild, Blackguard, and this other guild merged into this new guild. TBD. Thank you. So maybe this guild now has... Let's take a look. Yeah, it's like Higo. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I could care less. You know, I just want to get to the Burning Crusade and do some arena and do some PvP and
Watch your back.
So I'm not gonna worry about it too much. I mean, I think I think the well, hey, at least they talked to me. But I think I have no idea, dude. I don't even know what his main is. I thought his main was Cargos TV, but when I looked at the guild I was just in, Blue, it said Cargos TV. It said alt, so I have no idea what his main is. So I don't know. He's got so many characters, And yeah, like I said, the only benefit of me getting in, the only reason I jumped onto this server was thinking that maybe Cargos would help me do some, maybe we do some PvP together, or maybe he said he'd help me get some gear and some raids. But I think it was pretty obvious that, and I pretty much knew that probably wasn't going to happen, because, he just, I'm too far behind. By the time I get geared up and stuff, those guys probably won't even be playing their characters anymore.
Glad I could help.
Why am I getting attacked by these things? Yo, pests.
Hi, how are you? Very good. All right.
I guess we can hold on to that because it is Winter Grasp, and we will go to Winter Grasp eventually. And not hunt. Yeah, like I said, I really go. I don't care. The guild really doesn't mean a whole lot to me. But see, it looks like other people are joining. Like, I think Kaz. I don't know if Kaz Gror is Cargos, but that character's been leveling super fast. So yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I just want to level to Burning Crusade and do some PvP. I would like to check out. Yeah, I would like to play another, retail Worgen again, Survival Hunter, just to see if it's similar to the way it was when I played in Battle for Azeroth. Because if it is, that would be really fun. But I don't know. They probably changed it so much. Who knows?
You need something? See you later.
You need something? See you around. What can I do for you? Safe travels.
Talk to me. Hurry back.
What's up? Oh, I guess they don't even have a guild tabard yet, because my tabard's gray. So they haven't even created a guild tabard.
Hi, you're a tall one. Very good. Pleased to meet you.
Oh, 7 of each. What have I got? Oh, I'm one crystal short. I need one red crystal. Damn it. No, that's more like it. I never do this quest, this one here, because I don't play the Horde usually, so I don't even know what this quest is.
Very good. Things to meet you.
Oh, 7 of each. What have I got? Oh, I'm one crystal short. I need one red crystal. Damn it. I need one red crystal. Okay, yeah. I have done this quest before. Long time ago. Oh, that looks more like it, guys. You think we got some quests here, maybe?
Great to meet ya. See you soon.
I kind of want to. Hold on a second. We're going to blow this stream up by changing the music. This means that this will no longer be a monetizable video. But I can't help it. I wanted to hear something different. Arr. Man, I need to level my first aid, I need to level my engineering, I need to level my mining, I need to level my fishing. And I need to level my lockpicking. Can't even open a lot of these boxes anymore. That sucks. Do I really need this blue? No. Do not. Nope, 26 guild members, 12 online. Oh, we got Tommy Salami in here, and I know he's definitely more of a Cargos person. So maybe Cargos is in this guild. I don't know. Who knows? Who cares? Who knows? Who cares? Let's just get to 70. What do you say? 70? To do it.
You can kiss your ass goodbye. You were screwed. You were screwed. You were screwed.
I don't know if I need Ungoro Soil since I'm not doing the Night Elf quests. I may not even need it, do I? I think I do.
I got what you need.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I watched sea beams glitter in the dark near the 10-house gate.
Keep it real.
All those moments will be lost
Time is money, friend.
in time,
Hurry back.
like tears.
Need to clear out more room in my inventory. This is a disaster.
I got the best deals anywhere. Have a good one. Talk to me. Man, I couldn't help.
Strength.
I did see the girl thing. That. Crap, I forgot to go and turn that quest in. The gem quest. Ah. Oh well. Or
You can kiss your ass goodbye. You can kiss your ass goodbye.
I need greater anti-venom. I need to level my first aid too. Jeez, I have so many things I need to do on this character. Ugh.
You can kiss your ass goodbye. You can kiss your ass goodbye. You can kiss your ass goodbye. You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Not today, Sam. I want to get this rogue into the Outland. I'll do some New World probably tomorrow. But maybe, I don't know. I'll do some more normal New World before the beta's over. I plan on playing New World at least 2 or 3 more times so I can check out a few more other builds. But I want to get this rogue into the Outland. I wish my mining was higher. Kind of pisses me off, actually.
can kiss your ass goodbye.
Strange things happen in our sleep. Dreams follow into day. I'm hollow. Don't tire yourself out. Toss turning in your head. Don't follow. Forget. Bad thoughts pushing at the neck puts pressure on the chest. Calm sorrow. Look close, even closer. It's not black, it's just the shade, just shadow. Forget. No one knows, we just pretend. Putting on a strong face to our friends. We're on the mend. Phone calls, unexpected doorbells echo through the hall, so empty. Old friends, unrejected cold spells, followed by the sun. It will be.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I watched sea beams glitter in the dark near the 10-house gate. All those moments will be lost in time. Like tears in the rain.
can kiss your ass goodbye. You can kiss your ass goodbye. You were screwed.
Oh boy. Grind is real. Oh, level 54.
kiss your ass goodbye. You can 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 kiss your ass goodbye. You were screwed. You can kiss your ass goodbye. You can kiss your ass goodbye.
ships on fire off the shore of Orion. I watched seabirds literally without terror. All those moments will be lost in time. Like tears.
You can kiss your ass goodbye. You were screwed. You can kiss your ass goodbye.
a stench. 'Neath the black, the sky looks dead. Call my name through the cream, and I'll hear you scream again. I call, son, won't you come and wash away the rain? I call, son, won't you come? Won't you come? In my shoe, walking sleep. In my youth, I prayed and plead. Heaven sent help away. No one sings like you anymore. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come?
Man, I couldn't help it.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Hmm.
I watched TVs glittering down. All those moments will be lost in time.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shore of Orion. I watched sea beams glitter in the dark near 10 hours.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
All those moments will be lost in time. Like tears in rain. can I do for you? Keep your feet on the ground. Be good. Talk to me. Hurry back.
Oh, man. Alright, guys, that's it. I'm going to head to bed. It is, let's see, we're more than halfway to 55, so been streaming for about 5 hours. I'm going to get to bed, and I'll come back tomorrow and stream first thing in the morning, and we'll try to get to 58, which means I'm going to have to do 3.5 levels. I don't... We still have some quests here to do. Turn a quest in. One quest in Overmarch. Alright, we finally are. We have opened up the Western Plague Lands. Should be good. Once we hit 55, then we'll hit Western Plague Lands, I think. Ooh, you know what? Actually, we can do Ashara next. Oh man, these are too low level, but these here are pretty good. 53, 53. Yeah, we can do Ashara. I know these quests are worth quite a bit of XP. So let's do that. We'll do Ashara. Then we'll head back to Ungoro, finish up some Ungoro quests. Then we'll hit, I think, by then we should be level 55, maybe 56, probably 55. And then we'll hit Western Plague Lands. Anyways, that's it, guys. I'm gonna get to bed. I will catch you guys tomorrow morning. Hope you guys have a great Friday night, and I'll be streaming most of the day tomorrow. And I'll see you then. Peace out. Have a good one.